Hello, everyone. I hope that you are doing well today. I am alive, or I am alive, but I'm alive on my channel officially yet again. And if you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am currently still reading my two chunky books. Desperation by Stephen King and The Doors of Eden by Adrian Tchaikovsky. The thing I'm most excited about is the fact that I do have plans to finish both of these before the end of the month, which obviously is rapidly approaching. If we count today, we have only 4 more days left in the month until it's officially spooky season, which I'm really excited about. And I really think that I can do this. So in Desperation right now, I'm on page 512, and in The Doors of Eden, I'm on 424. So I have actually also started kind of like setting a new reading goal for myself, like the way that I'm going to start trying to do this in order to get myself to read more, which I'll end up talking about later because it kind of plays into one of my questions that I'm going to ask you all tonight. So, as always, this is your chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what's going on where you live. Currently, where I live, it's storming really bad outside. It's been storming since early this morning, and I get stressed out in rainstorms. I really just don't enjoy it. So, I've been having to deal with that and very high winds all day, which is just so fun. So I'm really excited to be here with you all because this always makes me feel better after I've had a stressful week. It's nice to just get to hang out with everybody. I am going to be drinking a High Noon, the black cherry flavor. I've really gotten to the point where I enjoy having one of these a day. It's nice. And then I do have a glass of water to stay hydrated as we go through tonight because I didn't want to. I'm only going to have the one. I'm not going to like be drinking any more than this. And I ate a late lunch, so I haven't officially had dinner. I don't know what I'll make for dinner. If I end up really having anything, I might kind of just snack, which is fine as well. So let me know if you're drinking or having a drink or you're planning on eating something because I would like to hear about it. Might end up needing to message Keaton and be like, bring me McDonald's or something. I don't know. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and see everybody's comments and see who all is here. And we have Heidi. Hi, Heidi. Heidi came in first saying, hello, Alex. I started Sailing to Sarantium by Guy Gavriel Kay. It's really amazing. So happy I found this author after a rough start. Cool. Sarantium is an interesting name. I have never heard that word before. Robert says, hello, everyone. Hi, Robert. I'm reading 2 slice of life manga books about Sadako, a girl from The Ring. Oh, hashtag Emma Peel. Awesome. And Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. Said, hi, peeps. And hello to you, too. And Melinda says, hello, Alex and all. Hello to you, too, Melinda. Happy that you all could make it. Heidi says, hello, everyone on the chat. And Magnolia is here. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, hello, everyone. Hello to you, too. Hi, Nicole. Good to see you. I'm glad you were able to make it. And she says, hi, Alex, and hi, everyone. Magnolia says, I already ate all my snacks. That you ate them early then, but I don't blame you. I'm feeling a little snackish myself. And Storm says, hi, everyone listening to When Darkness Falls, a paranormal romance. Cool. I hope that it is lovely. And Magnolia says, I'm reading A Week in Paris by Rachel Hoare. Very nice. I've never heard of A Week in Paris. Swank Scares. Hello, Swank. Good to see you. Swank says, howdy, everybody, with the fall leaf. And howdy to you, too. Hi, Denise. Denise says, hello, everyone. I'm on page 73 of the Thursday Murder Club. I need to read that. Keaton has a copy of it. He did a buddy read with his grandma, which I think is adorable. And he told me that I can borrow it. So let me know what you think of it. So enjoying it so far, drinking some Neapolitan flavored black coffee. That's interesting. I've heard of that before, but I've never had that myself. And Nicole says eating pirates, I'm going to assume booty or is it buoy? I'm not sure. Drinking, is it a sangria or angria? Creating my own nation. All right. And Storm says having leftover pizza for supper. Nice. Melinda says, I just started reading The Marriage Portrait by Maggie O'Farrell. Cool. I've not heard of The Marriage Portrait. I hope it's wonderful. And Storm also just reminded me that we actually do have a DiGiorno cheese crust stuffed pizza. I can't talk tonight. I don't know what's going on with me. I just opened this too. I swear I'm not drunk. I just can't talk. But maybe I'll convince Keaton to eat some pizza. That actually sounds pretty good. And Heidi says, our baseball teams are playing tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Your team is in, not mine yet. Okay. Well, I'm going to be rooting for my boys. And as I know that you will be rooting for yours. Laura says, I need to rehydrate soon. I have some Gamer Subs drink, though I mix it with only a third of what they recommend. It is an energy drink, but I can easily fall asleep right after drinking it. Oh, is it because you just kind of get a shot of energy and then you crash, or does it just not really do much for you? I have sometimes where, because I'm sensitive to caffeine, but if my body is like, I'm sick of being awake, I can take something that has caffeine and then I immediately just shut down. It's weird. It's really weird. Heidi says, Sarantium is a made-up word fantasy, but based on the Byzantium. Yeah, Byzantium Empire. Okay, cool. Byzantium. I like that. It's kind of like, well, when I was in art history, we pronounced it Byzantine, but yeah, but I'm not really sure how other people pronounce it, but I say Byzantine. And Magnolia says, I have the Thursday Murder Club still on my TBR, buddy read later on in the year. I'm not sure that I'm going to get to it this year, but when I get to it, I'll be sure to let you know. And Nicole says, wow, keyboard is not typing booty sangria still creating own country. Robert says, hashtag drunk Alex. This should be fun. I wish. Just slurring my words. My cheeks aren't working with me. Laura says, for reading, I'm deciding between Amongst Beast and Briars and some trashy reverse harem story. By the way, I don't get energy from caffeine. Oh, well, that's fair. Yeah, I'm probably one of the few people on the call that does, just because I don't drink or like eat a lot of caffeinated stuff. I really like tea, but tea has so much less caffeine than coffee. In terms of which book to start, I don't know what the name of the trashy reverse harem story is, so I might be able to pick that one based off of the title, but Among Beasts and Briars is a really cool title, so that one might be fun. And be sure to let me know, now that I've gotten to say hello to everybody, how long you would like the first sprint to be. We can do 30 or 45 minutes. You all can also help me decide, am I going to start with Desperation tonight, or am I going to start with The Doors of Eden? Let me know. I'm going to let you all choose which one I begin with. I'm perfectly content with either one. And Denise said 45, and so did Melinda, so that makes it easy. And Magnolia says, yeah, I'm now curious of the title of that harem story. Swank says 45. Magnolia 45, of course. Heidi 45 and Desperation. Okay, you got it. Laura said 40. Robert's like, Doors! I know, it's because it's the one that you recommended. I am wondering, Robert, when I'm done with this, do you want this to get its own review, or do you just want me to put it in a wrap up? Because I'm probably at the end of this month going to do a wrap up of the books that I read, because I think I only did I only do one review this month, like standalone review? Gosh, I can't even remember. I haven't actually done a wrap up in a little while, and I feel kind of bad about that. Let's see. Well, no, I did Death's End, but that says it was 1 month ago. I need to figure out whether I'm going to do a whole review for this. And Storm says, how are you liking Desperation? I am enjoying it so far. I will say that it's not my favorite King that I've ever read, but it's definitely engaging, and I really like the characters, which is what we all expected, is because I like the character-driven stories. So yeah. Magnolia says, I have a chapter with 24 pages. Hope I can read that in those 45 minutes. And Angela says, hello, Angela. Says, just mixed my candy corn and salted peanuts for my snack, finishing up Pen Pal, then on to Boys in the Valley. Yay! I love that. I'm so happy that you're reading it for our book club. That's amazing. And I'm happy that you can join tonight. Thank you for coming. And Rebecca, hi Rebecca. Rebecca says, hi, making a cup of coffee to keep awake and listening to Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman. The weather is beautiful here in Minnesota. Very nice. I'm glad that it's pretty there. It's not here by any means, but I'm glad that it is for you. Robert says, review for the algorithm, watch whatchamacallit. Oh, yeah. Okay. I can do that. Denise says, Angela, yum, your snack sounds good. I think it does too. Christina says, hi, Alex, starting 2 books. And hello to you too, Christina, and good luck with your 2 books. What are you reading? Which 2 books? Heidi says, do a review of Doors and a wrap up. You did one recently. You disliked it. It was the Hugo Award winner. Yeah, that one was the one I was talking about where I think I've only done one standalone review this month, but then I was like, well, did the a Death's End one, was that this month? I can't even keep track anymore. It says that it was 1 month ago. So it either was or wasn't. It probably wasn't then this month. And Christina says the book Eaters and Monstril Monstrilio. Yeah, I've heard of that. The first one I know of, but haven't really heard anybody talk about. The second one I've heard a lot of people rave about, and hopefully you're going to end up really liking it. I have not read it yet, so I can't comment on whether it's good or not. I just know that it's been like a big deal. And Heidi says your reviews are so good. I watch the spoilers too. Oh, thank you, Heidi. That means a lot. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that then. Just give y'all some reviews. And Magnolia says, I just have some water. Very nice. He said, I still need to watch your latest video. I'm a bit behind. Sorry. No, don't worry about it. It's okay. I never have any hurt feelings if people don't watch my videos. If you watch them, I think that's really cool and I appreciate it. But if you don't, no big deal. So I will go ahead and get us on to our first sprint, and beginning with Desperation again on page 512. So we'll see how much I'm able to get through in the first sprint. Got my drink. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. See you all in a bit. Bye. Magnolia, thank you. You pointed out the fact I didn't put up a question. Let's see here. Would you rather have a mullet for a year or be bald, no wig for 6 months? There you go. That's your question. All right. Bye, everyone. All right, everybody, come on back. You may end up hearing my dog barking because Keaton just got home, but he's running out to go get us some Mickey D's, getting a filet o fish with extra tartar sauce. I'm excited about it. And if you want to know how far I got, I read 20 pages in that time. I did have to get up a couple times, but I did get 20 pages, which makes me happy. So let me know how you did during that sprint, and I'm going to go and see how you all answered my question. Would you rather have a mullet for a year or be bald, no wig for 6 months? See what you have to say. Let's see. Robert was saying dough because I forgot the question initially. And hi, Elena. Good to see you. Elena says good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well. It's evening for me. Anthony said mullet for sure. Storm says bald. I could wear a hat, lol. You just said no wig. That's true. You could wear a hat. And Heidi says in the 80s, us girls had mullets too. Think Olivia Newton-John and her physical video. Physical. Yeah. And then Elena says, hello, Alex. Thank you for saying hi. Zach says, ha, I'm already bald. Then perfect. And Magnolia says, mullet. But in the case for you, Zach, you could, if you had the choice, I guess, you could have a flowing mullet for a year and then go back to being bald. And he said, I'm reading The Princess and the Fox Girl by Julie Law, which is a trashy monster girl harem book that is sapphic, but most of them can also grow eggplants too. Okay. Well, hopefully you're having a good time. And Rebecca said, mullet. All right. And Nicole said, bald. I look fine with my head covered and no hair showing. No one looks good in a mullet. Sorry, mullet people. I don't know. I feel like I've seen a couple people who can rock a good mullet. Robert says, bald. I don't like trucker caps. There you go. And Laura said, mullet, but it would have to be the longest mullet in history. Think totally hair Barbie or mullet Rapunzel. I saw this comment come through and I did have to look up totally hair Barbie. And for those of you who are curious, that's what it looks like. So definitely extremely long. And I love that you made that reference. Thank you. And Nicole said, I may or may not have just looked up totally hair Barbie. Yeah, me too. And Laura said, Nicole, you can look up Hollywood hair Barbie, that one I owned and maybe still do. Hollywood hair Barbie. Good to know. Angela said, mullet for sure. All right. Rebecca said, Neil Gaiman is such a great narrator, loving listening to Neverwhere. Oh, that's cool that he narrated his own book. I'm really glad that you're loving it. Magnolia says, I read 22 pages, only 2 pages left, and I should have finished the whole chapter. Darn it! You were so close. And Swank said, mullet. And Ron also said, I have both near mullets and near bald heads. I'd rather go bald. Oh, you've had both. Okay, I get you. That makes perfect sense. And Robert's already coming in with a 42, so I'll just round up Robert. We'll do another 45. How about that? And Ron said, I'm reading Exhibit by R.O. Kwon by on audiobook. Going to switch to another book for the next session. Very nice. I am very engaged with Desperation right now, and I don't really want to switch, but I'm going to. I'm going to go ahead and go back to reading The Doors of Eden because I need to make more progress in this story. Magnolia says, oh, it's midnight there. Very nice. Happy Saturday to you. And Denise said, my son called 3 times and I put a load of laundry in the dryer and the washer, read 13 pages on page 86. If your son called 3 times and you still read 13 pages, good for you. Laura said, I read 2 chapters of Among the Beasts and Briars. Nice. I hope that you are enjoying it. I am very much enjoying Desperation. I'm having a good time. Not that I don't mean to say that I'm not enjoying The Doors of Eden. They're very, very different books in terms of vibe and structure and plot, as to be expected. And Storm said, I ate, listened to a little, and watched YouTube. Nice. Very, very nice. And my answer to this question is that I would probably have a mullet. And the reason is that I did mostly have a bald head. At one point, I had my head shaved down to an eighth of an inch. So it's very nearly bald, but not like razor bald. And I know what my head looks like that way, but I've never had a mullet. And I would have that, I guess, just for the experience, because the fun thing about hair is you can kind of mess around with it in a lot of cases. And I typically do with mine. I've had many hairstyles in the last 5 years, and I enjoy that. I like being able to mix things up. It's great. So I will go ahead, and I've got the 45 minutes back up on the clock. And I also have to give you all your next question, which is going to be, name a show you used to be obsessed with, but you started not to like the longer it went on. So basically, a show that you think should have died, but continued on anyway. Do let me know. I got 45 minutes. I'm going to see you on a little bit. As I said, going back to the Doors of Eden. So wish me luck and happy reading. Bye. All right, oh, come on back. Let me know how you did. I only made it to 440 because Keaton brought back dinner and I ate it and was having a good time. And I feel a lot better now. The storm has really picked up outside and the wind is absolutely insane. It's kind of freaking me out a little bit. It's quieted down for the moment, but about 5 to 10 minutes ago, I mean, it was just the trees are like bending. It's scary. So, but it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. Before we left, I asked you all to name a show you used to be obsessed with, but you started not to like the longer it went on. So I was very, very curious about the answers you gave for this question. So let's see. See, Magnolia says, "You think I'll finish my chapter now?" Yeah, I think that you will. You already did. And Swank says, "I just started Hexes and Hooligans, a cozy mystery." Oh, that sounds like fun. I need to get into reading more cozy books. Magnolia says, "Sounds good." And Rod said, "Survivor. How are they still making that?" Keaton is a big Survivor fan, and he's watched like every single episode of all of the seasons. And I would have to agree that a show like that that's gone on that long, I could never watch all of it. There's no way. Magnolia says, "Oh, it started raining here. Great ambiance." Melinda says, "Grey's Anatomy." Answering now because I will probably fall off going to school pickup at the next break. Okay. Grey's Anatomy. That was a show I never watched. Nicole said House. I completely agree with that. I loved watching House. And by the time that it got to the end of the show, I was like, this is too much. And Storm said, "One I quit watching was all the main characters were leaving, and I would prefer it to just stop was NCIS." Also, completely agree with that. I watched so many seasons of NCIS, and by the time that, Ziva is gone, I think that was about the time that I stopped watching, or it was probably a little bit before that. I didn't want to watch it after Ziva was gone. It was already hard enough when, Kate left. And Swank said CSI and NCIS. All right. CSI was not one I ever watched, but I obviously know that it's gone on a long time. And they had all those spin-off series. And with NCIS, they did that too. They had, I think, what, 2 or 3 other cities that they were in. The one with Gibbs and Abby is the main one to me. Swank said, "Nicole, I agree about House." Zach said, "The Simpsons. I dipped after episode 300, which at that point was like 20 years ago." Yeah, that's fair. And I would have to say, in that vein, I never watched The Simpsons, but I did watch quite a bit of Family Guy. I don't watch Family Guy anymore because it got to the point where it seemed like all of the jokes were the same or they covered all of the topics that they could cover. I mean, they had some good movies, like their Star Wars ones were hilarious. I loved those. And they did a whole, the Agatha Christie, and then there were none. That was what I was thinking of. They did a movie take on that, which was really enjoyable. So I mean, they had some good content, but in terms of the show and the TV episodes, nah. Heidi said Lost. Ah, that was another show I never watched. I think it jumped the shark in the 5th or 6th season. The last season was a hot mess. That's what I heard, is a lot of people were very unhappy with the way that show ended. Laura said, "I used to watch a few shows, but stopped, not because the show went bad, but because I moved and lived few years without TV, though Game of Thrones is the obvious answer, also Lost." Okay, good to know. Yeah, I have a bad habit of when I start something, I don't always finish it, but it didn't used to be the case because when I was growing up, I was obsessed with watching television. I watched TV for hours every night. I don't really do that anymore. At most, I watch YouTube. But I just have other things that I do that occupy my time. And so it makes it very difficult now for me to stay engaged with the series because if I like, let's say for example, it's the same thing with video games. If I play a game every day or every other day or watch a show consistently and I'm binging it, I'll end up getting through it. But what happens is I end up taking a break. I'll have 2 or 3 nights where I'm like, you know what, I don't really want to play that. I don't really want to watch that. And then before you know it, like 4 months passes by and I haven't engaged with that medium at all. And it's like, man, I really fell off that bandwagon, huh? So I'm bad. Like if anybody ever wants me to binge a show, just know that I'm like the wrong person to pick to do that. Holy crap. The wind has been blowing so hard that the rain is like completely covering my window, and it's just I can barely see outside. So that's fun. Magnolia says Zoo. That was a stupid ending. I don't know about Zoo, but that's a bummer that had a bad ending. Rebecca said NCIS, after almost all the original cast left, I stopped watching, just wasn't the same. Completely agree. Magnolia says, agree with that, Rebecca. Robert says, Lance Hendrickson and Terry O'Quinn Millennium, the major apocalyptic event kills 77 people. Major apocalyptic event kills only 77 people? And it's the apocalypse? Christina says, Lost. Wasted hours of my life on that dumb show. Also, Breaking Bad. Okay. So, fun fact about Breaking Bad. I feel like I've mentioned this on the show before, or on my show before. But I attempted to watch Breaking Bad one time. And I got like 10 minutes into the first episode and I just couldn't do it. And I don't know if it was the mentality or the fact that his son, who had a disability, was being made fun of. And that really bothered me. And I just didn't I didn't want to engage with a show that was about that. But Keaton watched that show and he also watched the entirety of Better Call Saul. So there was one day he had put on Better Call Saul. It was the first episode. And I stood there and it was actually, I think it might have been a night I was doing this, or I remember I was in my office working on something and I went out and I was checking on him and I stood there and I just watched a little bit of the show and I couldn't engage with that either. So there's just something about the vibe of that I'm not sure that I'm ever going to be able to actually complete or get through multiple episodes of Breaking Bad, which is sad for some people because that's like considered widely by many people to be such an amazing show. I can't do it. And Christina says, definitely Lost. So many hours of my life wasted. Also, Breaking Bad. Started out liking him and feeling, oh, sorry, I didn't realize that there were two messages. Feeling bad for him and rooting for him, but as the seasons went on, he was just a horrible person. Yeah, that was also another thing that Keaton told me about is like I saw, he showed me the very famous scene where he's just like laughing maniacally and it seems like he's just lost his mind. And the way that he has like his relationship with his wife, he told me about that and I didn't really like that either. So I was like, nope. Zach says, I'm off to get my COVID and flu vaccines. I should be back before the end. Okay. Well, hopefully he has returned. And Magnolia says, I do have a few series which started here on TV, but they just stopped broadcasting it and I couldn't finish it. That's a bummer too, because that's the opposite problem. That's a show that you were obsessed with and then got cut off so that you couldn't finish it. Christina says, Robert, pull Book Eaters off your shelf and do a chapter read. If the book can keep this momentum and excitement, then it should be very good read. First chapter, oh my God. Good to know. Magnolia says, that looks delicious. Bon appetit. Oh, thanks. My little fish sandwich. Heidi says, Magnolia, tell us the show. We will tell you how they ended. Robert said, Christina, I read some recent clunkers, so I'll start it tomorrow. Supposed to rain all weekend in New Jersey because of Helen, so there's that. Yeah, it's a bunch of fun. Tropical storm right now. Emily says, hello, question. One bald question. Oh, one bald. Got it. Okay. Question 2. Sister Wives, reality TV show. Oh, yes. So fun fact, after everything blew up with the guy named Cody, the husband of all of the wives, I didn't watch that show. For the record, I didn't know anything about it until all of a sudden all these people on YouTube and holy shit. Sorry, my neighbor's trash can like went from falling over to like coming over into my yard and it was extremely loud. I'm really sorry about that. So anyway, my friends were obsessed with it as it was all falling apart. And then I became interested, being like, what exactly is this? So I never officially watched Sister Wives, but I've seen all of the stuff about it. And I think that they're everything with the wives, I feel bad for them. Everybody except for Robin, of course. And Grey's Anatomy drama. Yeah, never watched that. Futurama. Okay, so Keaton and I do watch Futurama together. It's kind of one of our shows that we put on every now and then. That and we watch Golden Girls together because Golden Girls will always be amazing because it's timeless and fantastic and they cover a lot of really great things in that show. But I do enjoy Futurama, but I could see where somebody would fall off watching it if, because it went away and then it came back all of these years later. Wouldn't blame anybody for not wanting to pick it up. I said, only still watching the third, even though the reboots are not the same caliber. That's fair. Emily said, also hoping to finish two things tonight, Antisocial Network and Lore Olympus Season 2. All right. Well, good luck. I believe you could do it. I really hope that my neighbor's trash can does not get thrown into my house. That's happened before. They will put them on the side of the house, and we've had such strong winds that it creeps up, smacks into my house. It's great. Angela says Outlander, sadly. Oh, Outlander. Okay. So that was a series I want to read as the books first. I don't know whether they diverge for the TV show, kind of like Game of Thrones, how it just went completely haywire after season 3. Have absolutely no idea. But I've heard that it gets, well, I don't want to say anything in case somebody's actually watching it, but I've heard that it gets extremely sexually violent towards some of the characters, and that makes me uncomfortable, and I don't know that I would want to watch that. So that's just me. So the first 5 seasons were great, but the rest of them just haven't been quite as good. Well, getting 5 solid seasons of a show is honestly pretty amazing, because I feel like a lot of shows don't get that. So for me, if I had to name some shows, Big Bang Theory as well. I was a Big Bang fan for a long time, and then probably the last 3 or 4 seasons. I don't even remember how many it went on, but 3 or 4 seasons I don't think I really watched at all, just because I wasn't interested, and it seemed like some of the story elements were becoming repetitive. And sadly, Rick and Morty. I was obsessed with Rick and Morty when it came out. I watched the first 3 seasons of that show. I don't know how many times. I could probably quote it at this point. And then everything after that, I've watched, except for I think this last season. I never finished it, but it's just not the same. And now that, well, actually, no. So I never finished the prior season before the one that just came out, and I didn't watch the one that just came out. And I know that that's the one where the guy who voiced Rick and Morty, he's gone now, and they hired other people to do the voices. So I don't know. I kind of fell off that bandwagon too. Heidi says, Angela, the Outlander books jumped the shark too for me at book 4, which I DNF'd. Interesting. Storm says, I have to go to my cousin's house. Hopefully I will catch y'all later. All right. Well, enjoy, Storm. Have fun. Robert says, Heidi, Outlander. I think I read up to Echo. Then I was just worn out. Okay. Well, then maybe that's not going to be a series that I start, because I don't want to put energy into a series that I'm not going to want to finish. Denise said, read 29 pages on page 115. Very, very nice. And you said, Robert, yes, kidnapped, rescue, bear attack, kidnapped, rescue. Yeah, I would not be interested in that. So I think you just confirmed for me that I will not be reading that after all. What a bummer. And Rod said, I switched to The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul by Douglas Adams. Oh, yay! That's great. I'm so happy you're reading Douglas Adams. Magnolia says, Heidi, haha, that wouldn't be the same, but I can tell you the shows. They were Fringe, Vampire Diaries, and Game of Thrones. They pulled those where you live? That's weird. Vampire Diaries is one that Jenny Nicholson did an amazing, I think it was 4 hours. Was it 4 hours? She did a really long video essay on it, and her content is so good. I love watching Jenny Nicholson. Her videos, I don't care how many hours they are. I have watched them multiple times. It doesn't matter. I love them. And Magnolia said, I love House. Have almost all the seasons on DVD. Only season 5 I still need to find. That's pretty good. And he says, oh, Fringe has a super good ending. Game of Thrones, you got the books. Yeah, of course he didn't finish the books though. GGRM will give us a much better ending than the show. Oh, George R.R. Martin. No, he won't, because he's never going to write it. And we all know it's true, because he would have by now. Emily says, Zach, if I had not binged all 30 plus seasons, I probably would have dropped off too. 30 seasons. Man. Angela says, Heidi, you surpassed me. I finished book 3, but never completed the rest. They're still on my shelves, but just collecting dust. And Nicole says, we're getting gusts here, not as bad as we've had in Virginia, but I don't know how things hold up to such wind. I'm not really sure because I know, at least in my lifetime, I don't think where I live that I've gotten like hurricane force winds here. I mean, we've had like some pretty bad tornado warnings and stuff like that, but not. I don't even know what the wind is gusting at right now, but I know that it was averaging just blowing at like 22 to 25 miles per hour. So the gusts are probably pretty higher than that. I have to go look outside probably when we go and do our next sprint to make sure I haven't lost any of my chairs that are on my patio. So that'll be fun. And Angela said, I decided to check the weather here. It's raining and the wind is looking wild. I have not even noticed. That's nice. If I had a house with a different like facade, like if it was brick, it probably wouldn't be as loud as it is to me, but I have vinyl siding and that makes everything so much louder. And it makes you realize when you've been in a house that has brick, like how much quieter it is. And that's something that if I ever move, that I'll have to consider because just for noise. Laura said, almost forgot Agatha Christie's Poirot, David Suchet, is it Suchet or Suchet? I'm not sure, is the best Poirot, but I couldn't watch the last few seasons because the writers decided they can write the stories better than Christie herself. Ooh, no. No, that's never fun. Rebecca said, 45, need to walk the dog this sprint. Okay, I can do another 45. And Laura said the cinematography was better and better, but story-wise, they made some stupid changes, even changing the murders. That's weird. I don't know why anybody would decide to do that. One show, mystery show, that I need to watch that just looks absolutely amazing, and there's a channel called Pushing Up Roses who talks about it a lot, but I need to watch Murder, She Wrote, which I know like many people love, and I've never taken the time, but it gives me, I don't know. It gives me like comforting vibes because it's not like gory murders. Obviously, people are being murdered and they have to be solved, but it's just like in that older TV show style with like some wit and humor to it. They kind of like Christie, and I feel like I should watch those. Magnolia says, after you read this comment, I will have to go to bed. Oh, I'm sorry that you had to wait so long, Magnolia, but I hope you have a good night's sleep and enjoy your weekend. You said, oh, the Big Bang ended so well. I heard about the emotional, touching ending, and I thought it was sweet. I never watched it, though. Angela says, yes, Alex, you're spot on with your thought about Outlander. Okay, good to know. What a bummer. And Robert says, Rick and Morty, the joke for the entire season. Yeah, the incest joke. I'm sure everybody got that, but that was really bad. It's gotten to the point where it's like there was one episode, just to give you an example, that Keaton and I were both mortified watching, and I'll tell you all about it. But it's the episode where Rick is feeding everybody spaghetti, and they're like, "Oh, this is the best spaghetti that we've ever had in our lives," and they're like ravenous for it every time he brings it home. We'll come to find out that it's from a universe where people who commit suicide, their insides turn into spaghetti, and that's where he's been harvesting it. And I was like, you know what? The show has really gone in a way that I didn't expect it to, and in terms of like being flushed down the toilet. And I was really upset like that entire episode. I just thought that was so tasteless and so disgusting, and it was not funny. It was not enjoyable. Keaton and I both felt bad after we finished the episode. I was like, I don't know what the hell has happened, but I don't like that. And Ron said, I think we will get at least the next ASOIAF book, but complete the series questionable. Oh yeah, no. I definitely don't think so. And Laura said, Murder, She Wrote was so good. Yeah, it looks really good. And Magnolia said, bye-bye. Bye-bye, friend. And Emily said, love or Murder, She Wrote, grew up on it. That said, after they expand out of Cabot Cove, it just is too repetitive. Angela stayed on for her fans. That's fair. Yeah, So one of the things that Pushing Up Roses does is she like will highlight episodes that were wild for various reasons, and it does seem like it's a pretty crazy show in terms of some of the places that it goes. They were probably trying to keep it interesting. Zach says, "I'm back." Well, welcome back. You got here just in time for us to do another sprint. Woohoo! As I go and check to see if my furniture's okay outside. So I'll give you all your next question, and we'll have another 45 minutes since that was what was called. So let's see. Do you keep any physical record of the books that you read, a journal of some kind? That is my question for you. Also, this question brought a great discussion. That was a lot of fun. So thank you all for that. And I got 45 minutes up on the clock. Go ahead and start it now. Wish you all happy reading. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 451 in The Doors of Eden. I've almost gotten to the sticky note that I set for myself of where I wanted to get to in that book today. So that's good. That makes me happy. Before we left, I asked you all the question, do you keep any physical record of the books you read, a journal of some kind? So let's see what you have to say. And Ron says, I just updated my book journal during that discussion. That's awesome. And Heidi said, Alex, the first 3 books of Outlander are great, so just read those. I read book 3, Voyager, in one sitting all night. But if it ends on a cliffhanger, won't I be upset because then I'm going to be wondering what happens next? Or is each book kind of self-contained in its own way? And Swank says, yes, I do. And Goodreads. Okay, nice. Heidi said, I like the first season of Murder, She Wrote, 22 episodes. I need to start The Golden Girls. The Golden Girls is so classic. And it's amazing, actually, how they progress because as the seasons go on, in my opinion, they tackle tougher and tougher topics. And I think they do a really great job. There's one where the ladies end up going into a homeless shelter one night under the pretense of being homeless, but it's actually because they're trying to look for a winning $10,000 lottery ticket that they put in a coat that they gave away to the shelter. And they go through and they're talking to everybody and all the problems that they have and how they ended up being there. And that in my opinion is one of the best episodes that exists. Like I love it so much. And you said, I have no record, just my memory. Then you must have a very good memory because I have to write down or record everything. Ron says, I finished The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul. Now I must do the dishes. So back to my audiobook. All right. Well, I hope you enjoy your audiobook. Zach says, I kept physical reading lists till 2023. Now it's digital. Okay. You said Jenny Nicholson and Pushing Up Roses are channels I fell off watching. BookTube has nearly fully consumed my YouTube time. I do watch BookTube, of course, but I have a lot of other channels with a lot of other topics and interests that I enjoy following. And then there's the ones that Keaton enjoys as well. So if you were to look at my YouTube, it's widely different. Probably a little jarring, actually, because you'd be like, well, you have channels about cars and mechanic stuff and then stuff about books and stuff about entertainment. It's just weird. And you said I gave the Book Eaters 2.75 stars. It was fine-ish but nowhere near a fave. Okay, good to know. Hi Tessa Dean, good to see you. Tessa Dean says hello, I fell asleep and just woke up. I am now done cleaning my old blogs. Woo woo, great job. I will be working on my memoir again once I'm done with my writing prompts. Well, good for you. That is fantastic. And Teresa is here. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hi, Alex and everyone. I was out grocery shopping and now I'm going to cook my dinner. I will try to catch you next chat. Okay, cool. You said, I used to keep track of the books I read and then a few years ago I just stopped. No reason. Okay. Robert says digital Storygraph and Goodreads. Okay, that makes sense, Robert, because I've seen you on the Goodreads, of course. And Christina says, hi, Alex Lurkin, while trying to finish The Rules of Magic by Alice Hoffman. Awesome. And Emily says, yes, a quote journal. I write all the quotes that matter and mean something to me for each book I read. Oh, that's really nice. I've never heard of somebody doing that, but I think that's such a cool idea. And he said, I also track my reading digitally via the Storygraph app. I track my reading with Storygraph and Goodreads and a physical written journal, my BookTube channel, and a reading journal that is about my stats. So like I have a journal that's for reviews and I have a journal that's for stats. And so you all have seen my big journal that is like my 5 years of data of like all of my reading that I've done for, since 2019. But I filled this and I decided that I was going to do a new one. So where this question came from is today I was working a little bit on my new journal. This one was super cheap. because I just wanted to try something new and I didn't know how it was going to go. Now that I've done it for 5 years, this is my 6th year, and I know how much I enjoy it. I decided to buy a nicer journal because I'm obviously going to be using this for a long time as well. And I'm doing a new theme. It's not coffee themed this time. It's like plants and bugs, which probably sounds funny, but I really enjoy it. And I'm liking it so far because like I'm not the best artist in the entire world. Okay, there's some people that do like amazing things with scrapbooking. I am not that person, but I like to have something that gets out my thoughts and everything. And I think that this journal ended up being really nice. And I'm figuring out like all of the new materials that I have to decorate it with. And yeah, so it's turning out really good. It's gonna be lots of fun and I'm looking forward to it. It's a good creative outlet for me. I spend I don't know how many hours like working on the journal because I both have to come up with the idea, I have to set it up, and then I have to actually input all of the data. And some of the stuff in the journal I can't actually finish until the end of the year when I actually, put everything in there because I don't I don't have like the tags that I want to make to put like my numbers and my stats on. So it can take some extra time, but I really love it. It's fun. Oh, and if you, just in case you're curious, if anybody wants to know where this notebook came from, it's Archer and Olive, their website. I liked it because they make square notebooks, which is not typical. Christina says, remember to hydrate and like the hug button. Thank you, Christina. And Tessa said, I have a spreadsheet of the books I read, although I'm not reading right now. That's fair. And Nicole says, finally got some reading in. I'm reading Bleak House and I keep a digital journal. Nice. I do like the digital journals that people have. Like I've seen the templates on iPads. If you have a pen, you can like write in your notes and keep it all stored there. I think that's really cool. I don't have anything like that, and I don't have like a tablet to write on. So I like keeping my physical books for right now. Oh, I'm gonna call my mom back. Sorry, it was my mom when I go into my next sprint. Actually, if you guys don't mind, because we've got the storm really bad right now, I'm gonna write her a quick message, let her know I'm gonna call you back. Okay, there we go. And then Melinda said, I have a Google spreadsheet that I got as a patron of the Currently Reading podcast that I love. I give it all the stats. That's fun. That's really cool. A nice Google spreadsheet. And Laura said, I'm awful at keeping physical journals. I start and quit after a month or two. Only physical one I have constantly is my 5-star journal. Well, that makes sense because you're excited to talk about the books that you really love, right? And Denise said, only read 11 pages, folded some laundry, went out and got the mail, locked up the house, and started dinner, just some Kraft mac and cheese. Hey, that sounds pretty good to me. Hope you end up enjoying dinner. Been productive. Rebecca says, yes, I keep track by year and month and how many pages each have. Nice. Zach says, The Princess and the Fox Girl is good. I love it when smut is better than most of the fantasy I read that takes itself seriously. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That's great. And Teresa says, yes, I also do Goodreads now. Okay. And Laura said, I also have Goodreads and a Google Doc spreadsheet. Very nice. And Denise says, use Goodreads, but would like to start tracking in a journal. Started Storygraph, but got behind during the amazing readathon. I'm currently behind in my physical journal where I write out my reviews, just because if I don't keep up with it, all of a sudden, again, I just get behind. Like I have pages and pages of books that I read a couple months ago that I need to fill out. And I'll get around to it. Maybe I'll even do that this weekend now that I'm thinking about it. But as long as I kind of get my thoughts out, I have like notes that I take when I read a book. So I'll probably go and review those again to rewrite my reviews. Or, when I go and I make my videos on YouTube, I have like very, very thorough notes of, everything I want to talk about. So that makes filling out the journals easier. Just when I haven't actually talked about it with anyone, and if I didn't take great notes about a particular book, it's difficult for me to like sit down and just write my review. Kat says, "Hey, Alex and friends. Hi, Kat. I hope that you are doing well. And I hope that you also are not having to brave Helen too badly right now. I hope that you are safe. We're getting really strong wind gusts here. They're like getting close to 60 miles per hour. So if you keep seeing me turn and look outside, it's because the wind is just terrible. But it's supposed to start slowing down around 10, which I'm really happy about because I want it to stop." And Swank says, "Howdy, Kat." Kat says, "I write what I read each month on a piece of loose leaf. Google Reads is my friend." Yeah, that's awesome. Howdy, Swank. Zach says, "I just keep a list in my notes app. I have to do my own stats math." Yeah, I also do a lot of my own stats math. Though Storygraph is really great about that. It's given me some like cool new stats that I look at every year that I didn't previously keep track of. And I appreciate that. It's a really cool little app. So I'm trying to look here at time. So we're over 3 hours. If we do another 45 minutes and then another 30, I think we can do. I think we can do more than that. I'm also not really wanting to get off of here because, like, the anxiety that the storm is going to cause me if I don't have a distraction. Like, you all are helping to keep me, like, engaged right now because otherwise I'm going to be thinking about what's going on outside. So I'm just going to continue. And you all can let me know if you would like to do another 30 or 45 minutes. Do tell me. Emily says, "I'm a big Excel fan and love the gamification of reading. So I do also keep track of my readathons on a Google Sheet." Nice. I need to do a bingo and I need to do a readathon. And those are my goals that I have. I don't know when I'm going to accomplish them, but those are things that I keep thinking about because everybody keeps talking about them. I might even make my own bingo because if I make my own, that was probably going to incentivize me more to, do it. And if I do make one, I will share it with you all, just so you know. Kat says, "No Helen here in Louisiana. Beautiful weather here. I guess she figured she wouldn't visit since Francine came 2 weeks ago. I hope you're safe. Thanks." I mean, you know, we're in the path of everything, but I have friends and coworkers that live in Florida, and I heard that it's really bad down there. I was talking with Keaton actually about it. I think 20 people have died already, and there, there are units from other parts of the country, like the National Guard and whatnot, that are being sent down to help them. And I just really hope that everybody's going to be okay and that they're weathering it all right and that the animals are inside. It's awful. But I'm also really happy that you're safe, Kat. I'm glad that you are not in the path of this one. Denise said 45. I can do that. Kat says you could do a bingo board for your readathon. That's true. I could combine them. What a good idea. I like that. All right, I will go ahead and I will get you all your next question. Let's see. Do you set a reading goal every day? If so, how do you do it and does it depend on the book? I think this is another good one. So, got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to go check on my bubby who is currently out in the living room. I think he's laying on the couch. I'm going to go give him a pet and I will be right back. Happy reading. Oh, wait. Sorry. Kat had a note. She said 40 people have died. I still haven't heard from my uncle and my aunt. Oh no, Kat. I'm putting it out there that they are okay. Everything with them is going to be okay and they're going to be safe. Hopefully their home is going to be all right as well. But that's horrible. I didn't realize it was actually double the number of the people that I had just heard. So thank you for telling me. But I will go ahead and get the timer started now. I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I spent a little over 20 minutes talking to my mom, so I didn't get as much reading done, but I did get to page 462 in The Doors of Eden. So I got to the place I had initially set for myself, and I've now passed it for today. I might end up doing a little bit more reading in the next sprint in that, and then probably we'll go back to reading some more of Desperation. So before we left, I asked you all the question, do you set a reading goal every day? And if so, how do you do it? And does it depend on the book? Excited to talk about this. So let's see what you all had to say. Let's see. Kat said they live in Bainbridge, Georgia, about 30 minutes away from Tallahassee. Okay, you're talking about your family. So again, I really hope that they're okay. Have you heard from them yet? You said it depends on the book or if I'm buddy reading, whether or not I set a daily reading goal. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, nothing more motivating than somebody else counting on you to read a book with them. And Tessa Dean says, even when I was avidly reading, I never set a goal. I just read when I felt like it. That's a good way to do it. And Zach says, yes, I try to read at least 160 pages per day. I set an end date for every book, so hating one doesn't slow me down, but that only works if you have my deeply ingrained self-accountability. Yeah, definitely have to be motivated and disciplined. I think disciplined would be a great word for that. And Laura says, no daily goals other than choosing which book I feel like reading. I'm a big mood reader. Yeah, mood reading is a lot of fun. I have discovered this year, because this is the first time I've ever done something like the 24 books of 2024, like going at the beginning of the year and deciding like, oh, I'm going to read this list of books for the rest of the year. I'm recognizing that in some ways that's actually kind of difficult. So I keep thinking, okay, I would do, 25 books of 2025, or do I want to do some variation of that so that I have even more wiggle room to just read the things that I am interested in? Like maybe I pick a set number of books each month that are from a certain list, and then the rest of the books I can just, go willy-nilly. I'm really not sure how I'm going to do it yet. Heidi said, I usually read a chapter a night, Monday through Thursday, and listen to an audiobook for a few hours during the day while cooking and folding laundry. The weekends I usually I cannot do either. That makes sense. So that's a great way to do it and helps break things up. And Robert says, depends. Boy with a Black Rooster shouldn't be read piecemeal. This is how you lose the time war should be savored. I read that. I read it years ago, but I really liked it. You said, I who have never known men, which is the book we talked about last time, finish this in one sitting, no matter what. Okay. All right. And Heidi says, hi, Kat. Ron says, no, I don't have a set goal other than I try to read every day. I'm usually successful at that. That's great. Heidi says, lately I've been staying up late finishing a fantastic audiobook, which is bad if my alarm is set for 6 a.m. I should know better, but not to put it on at 10 p.m. Well, when you're really enjoying something, and also it helps keep you awake, when you're engaged and you're like, oh, I'm not tired yet. I could definitely make things hard for the next day. And Zach says, I read Kingdom of Exiles by Maxim M. Marino. Hope I got that right. It was pretty good. I think you might like it. It's about a beast charmer, which is like a magical Pokemon trainer. Yeah, I think it's funny when you can tell which pop culture references ended up in books. If anybody saw my review of like Prime Deceptions, or Chilling Effect, and where you can very easily tell, where some of the ideas that the author got came from pop culture, those can be kind of funny. So who knows? I might like that. Sabrina, my goodness, hello. Sabrina says, hi, Alex. Hope you're doing well. I don't usually set a goal. Life is so hectic. Sometimes my goal is just to read something for the day. Well, I'm so glad that you stopped by. Thank you. I really hope that you're doing well, and I am doing all right. Thank you so much for asking. Also, a great way to do a goal is to just be open with it, too. And Melinda said, finished a little book by Louise Erdrich. Yes, called Books and Islands in Ojibwe County. It was absolutely delightful. Awesome. I'm so glad that you liked it. Nicole says, cleaned up for half the time and read the other half. Very nice. Ron said, I switched to Phoenix Extravagant by Yoon-Ha Lee. Yoon-Ha Lee. And Nicole says, I am for 100 pages a day. I don't always track it, but I keep it in mind most of the time. It keeps me from doom scrolling. See, that right there is something that I recognize I got into doing too easily, of just, I would go on an app and I'd be intending to look for one thing specifically. And then before you know it, like 20 to 30 minutes passes. And I'm like, oh my God, what happened? Like, where did the time go? And that's really not good. So it's actually a good segue into what I literally just started doing like 2 days ago. And it's been kind of helpful for me. It's stupidly simple, but because I'm reading 2 books, right? 2 books at one time. What I did is I have my bookmark of where I currently am, and then I took a post-it note and I put it further into the book. And that was my goal. And I did it for both of them, my goal of what I wanted to read for the day. And then it was motivating because I could see how close I was to my goal rather than just looking at like how much I have left until the end of the book. And I have, over the last couple days, have read way more than I normally do. And I don't know if it's this trick or it's the fact that I'm like getting kind of close to the end of the books and I'm like, oh, I want to get to them, and I recognize I want to finish the books before the end of the month. So that helps too. But I swear, this little thing, this little hack, it's helping. Dee said, no daily goals, just yearly. That's nice. I guess I should also say when I did this, it wasn't a page count. So I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to do 70 pages in this book and 30 pages in this other book. I went and I looked for natural breaks of like, oh, that would be a good section because this is starting like a new chapter or, another whole area, I don't know, of the book. I didn't want to say section twice, but it's another section of the book. And that's really good too, because then I know that at least where I'm stopping isn't in the middle of a random chapter. I'm trying to stop at like a specific place, which has been awesome. And Tessa Dean says, I wrote a 250 word story for a writing prompt. That's lovely. That's great. What was your writing prompt? And Heidi says, give yourself wiggle room on your TBR. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing too, is like 24 books of 2024 is still less than half the number of books I wanted to read for the whole year. But that's still, about half, because I set a reading goal of 50 books. And I'm just realizing, like, looking at my cart, like, these, obviously, they're all books I really want to read. It's not that I don't want to read them. It's just looking at them and being like, oh, I need to pick one of those, because TikTok, that's what can kind of make it a little bit less fun. Denise said, only read 5 pages on 130, ate dinner, and helped my husband with some things. Well, hey, great job. I'm glad that you ate dinner. Emily says, no daily goal for me. Just keep a reading schedule of reading and see what gets done. Usually the book decides how much I read of it at a time. There you go. I like that. The book decides. So we are at the 4-hour mark. I'm going longer tonight than I normally would, but that's just for myself. And if you all want to hang out with me, I think that's great. But I will say that we'll do one more 45-minute sprint and one more 30-minute sprint. So we're going to be probably, by the end of it, we might end up getting close to 6 hours, which is probably going to be my record for longest sprint session ever. But do let me know which one you would like to be first. Robert's trying to say 245 minutes. I don't think anybody wants that, maybe but you, Robert, but I respect it. I respect the grind. And Rebecca says, Alex, I do the same thing with 2 bookmarks, 2 bookmarkers, one where I am and one where I want to read to. That's great. I think that's awesome. And I'm glad that that works for you as well. I mean, I knew, of course, that I didn't come up with that idea. I just didn't know how many other people thought that that was useful. So that's really cool that you do that as well. Wonderful. But yeah, so which one do you all want? Unless, Robert, were you trying to tell me that you want 245s? Is that what you were trying to say? You know what? I changed my mind. We're going to do 245s. That's fine. So I'll go ahead and I will start I will start another sprint. So this will be my last like regular kind of question to give you all, which is going to be do 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 do. Would you rather spend an afternoon on a scenic river cruise or skydiving? There you go. Robert's like, no! Zach says, I know it's not going to happen, but I'd be down for 245 minutes. Oh, no, I'll pass. But I'll give you guys two 45-minute sprints for our last sprints of the evening. So there you go. And like I said, I know I'm going longer than normal, so you can just hang out however long you want to. But yeah, would you rather spend an afternoon on a scenic river cruise or skydiving? I'll go ahead and I'll get that timer started. We'll see how much more I get in the Doors of Eden. And I'm going back in, Leo. All right. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read some more of The Doors of Eden. Robert, since I think you're still here, I wanted to let you know that I've officially learned the origin of, different species up to humanity. And that was a really cool little thing they did. I would actually argue that those parts of the book are my favorite right now, more so even than the regular story that's going on. I was always really excited to get the next like species tidbit, if you will. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather spend an afternoon on a scenic river cruise or skydiving? And Tessa Dean was the first to answer and say scenic river cruise. Very nice. Robert says scenic capybara cruise, the only thing I'm jumping out of out of bed. Oh, wait, the only thing I'm jumping out of is a bed. Oh. Got you. Sorry, for a second I thought you were like, yeah, I'll get out of bed for a capybara cruise. You're like, hell no, I'm not jumping out of a plane. I got you. That would be really fun to do, like a little capybara cruise. I've done a scenic river cruise before where they, tour you around and tell you about the local area and the architecture and everything, which is really cute. But the one thing that I have not done yet is gone skydiving. So in this case, while a scenic river cruise is nice and peaceful and they usually feed you lunch, I'm going to go skydiving because I'm all about that new experience. Angela says, I'm happy you're sprinting longer. I was absent for 2 whole hours, but I'm back now. Yay. Oh, well, good. I'm glad that you were able to come back. And yeah, we got one more 45-minute sprint that we're going to do. And Melinda says, River Cruise, no way, no how. Could you get me to jump out of a plane? A perfectly good airplane? And Storm says, hi, I'm back. Welcome back, Storm. Said scenic river cruise. It would have to be an extreme emergency to get me to jump out of a plane. Okay. And Rebecca says, scenic river cruise. I have no desire to skydive. Am I going to be the only one that picks skydiving? I'd be okay with that. Barbara says, by the way, up to chapter 2 of The Book Eaters. Cool. Well, you did go ahead and start it. Very nice. Storm says, I'm not reading at the moment, watching the X-Files. A show that I never saw, but I know has a huge following. So that's cool. I'm taking it that this is a rewatch for you, Storm, or is this actually your first time going through it? Ron says, oh, river cruise, easier to bird watch. So true. You could take your binoculars and everything. Denise says, read 27 pages on page 157. Need to call it a night. Have to be up at 4:45. Oh, dang, that's an early start. Thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. Well, you too, Denise. Thanks so much for hanging out for that long when you have to get up the butt crack of dawn. So hope you have a wonderful weekend. Melinda says, have to go eat dinner. See you all next week. All right, bye, Melinda. Good to see you. Enjoy your dinner. Emily says, river cruise for sure. My choice would be the Nile or the Euphrates. That's very cool. I would definitely do that for sure. I guess I didn't think about scenic river cruise as being like a destination, like an exotic destination, if that makes sense. I was thinking kind of like local river cruises. So if it's an exotic destination, I might have to pick that over skydiving, but I still really do want to go skydiving someday. Denise says river cruise skydiving is too scary. Okay. Ron says really enjoying Phoenix Extravagant. Woohoo. Glad to hear it. Heidi says do not skydive. Only bad things can happen. Besides dying, you can hurt your back. These things happen to people I know. Oh, I've never heard of somebody hurting their back skydiving, but it makes perfect sense if, like, when you're going in for a landing, you don't land exactly right. My question for you, Heidi, is the people that you knew who went skydiving, were they skydiving by themselves, or was it their first time going and they were strapped to somebody? Because me, I mean, I know the first time I would jump out of a plane, I would have to be attached to somebody else, right? So I don't know if that like makes a difference or not. Storm says currently a rewatch, but eventually it will be. Currently a rewatch, but eventually it will be new. I have watch the first couple seasons. I tend to start watching series and never finish, but going to try and watch it all this time. Oh, I get you. So like you've seen part of it, but not the rest of it. Okay, awesome. Then yeah, you still have like some fun new things ahead, which is great. And I'm like you. I have a very difficult time finishing series that are long. And we've got to the end of our responses there. So, of course, I'm going to get us our last question of the evening, the question I always ask before the end of sprints, before we do our last one, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? It can be big, it can be small, it could be something that happened 5 minutes ago, or it could have happened last Saturday, whatever it is that you want to talk about. But I do want to hear something that you have accomplished. Zach says, only have a few pages left in The Princess and the Fox Girl 4.5. Even almost made me cry. Oh, nice. Lost in Paradise by Rachel Lacey. Probably my last for Sapphic September. I didn't know Sapphic September was going on, but I'm glad that you were having a nice time. That's wonderful. Zach says, I'll go for skydiving. The river cruise was just me being uncomfortable reading on a boat. That's funny. Oh, and Heidi says the person who died was by herself. The slip disc was tandem skydiving. Dang. A slip disc, too. That's bad. I don't even know how you would have to land to have a slip disc. Like just landing flat on your feet rather than like going in and scooting on your butt. Because you're not supposed to land on your feet when you skydive, I don't think. I think you're supposed to kind of slide in. I don't know. I haven't done it, obviously. But oh, that sounds terrible. See, I have the exact opposite experience with talking to people who've gone skydiving, Heidi. Everybody I know who's done it has been perfectly fine. So I don't know, but thank you for the warning. I appreciate it. But yes, go ahead and answer that question, everybody. I'm looking forward to it. It's our last sprint of the evening, and I will go ahead and I will get us started. See you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Sorry, Keaton's talking a little loud. Let me shut the door. All right, it was our last sprint of the evening, and I got to page 556 in Desperation, and I'm also ending the evening on 469 in The Doors of Eden. So very exciting. Hopefully you had a good and productive time as well. And before I left, I asked you all the question, was one thing that you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? So let's see. Oh, Keaton came in and said hi to everybody in the chat, and have you enjoyed borrowing my Alex for the evening? Hopefully you all have. And Tessa Dean says, I am proud of myself finishing going through all my blogs and cleaning up. Yes, that was an amazing accomplishment. Great for you. I'm finally done except for reorganizing the newer blog, which I can do as I feel like it. The major part is now done. It's so fantastic. I'm so happy for you. Robert says, Keaton, of course, Alex is a treasure. Thank you, Robert. Now go bring her an ice cream cone. He got me a Coca-Cola at the McDonald's, which I wasn't expecting. So I was drinking that while we were having our last sprint, hoping that I'm not about to get like a sugar rush and a weird caffeine high at, 10:45 at night. And he said, accomplished daughter and I went to a jazz concert at the library last night. I bought a few books from a booktuber, Bookjack. Oh, wonderful. That's so cool. I take it the books that you bought, they are books that Bookjack wrote or just somehow is associated with them. I'm not entirely sure. But a jazz concert at a library sounds really cool too. Hope you and your daughter had a lot of fun. Teresa says, sorry I missed you tonight. I fell asleep after dinner. We are getting some really strong winds here in Illinois. No worries at all, Teresa. And yeah, we were having some really bad weather as well. It looks like it's starting to get calmer now, thankfully. I think it's still supposed to rain horribly over the next few days, though. So, as long as we don't have the over 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts again, I'll pass on that. Those lasted for like a solid 4 hours. That was pretty bad. Tessa said, YouTube keeps kicking me off and then I fall asleep. Tonight is not my night. I'm sorry, but you know what? Next week will be better. I appreciate that you're just here at all, so thank you. Keith says, haha, sorry, Chad. And Nicole says, no reading during the sprint, never ending unpacking. Oh, but it will end because everything that you do gets you a little bit further. So that's awesome. Very productive. And Zach says, just started my 140th book of the year, which is my reading goal that I do set to reach early on purpose. Oh, 140. That's awesome. Congratulations to you. Robert says, sells. He has a store on eBay. Oh, okay. Nice. Very nice. And Angela says, only 3 pages left to finish my book. Woohoo! Yes, tell Keaton thanks for the loan. Have a great week. Yeah, I'll be sure to tell him that. I think he's in there playing another game, so he's probably not still in the chat. But thank you so much for hanging out, Angela, and I'm glad that you're going to get to finish your book tonight. My thing that I'm proud of over the last week. It's really frustrating situations at work that I was able to get through with relative ease. So I was happy about that. I don't know. My accomplishments for the last week, honestly, have been small. I don't have anything like great and fantastic, I guess, to share, but I'm just happy I got through another week. And that's going to be my answer this week. Usually I have something more specific, but that's going to be mine this time. And Keaton says, you're welcome as long as you all always return her. Aw, thanks, honey. Don't worry. I always come back. And Nicole says, I got my new license. Oh, yay! Congratulations. That was fast, too. They got you that quickly. Robert says, another great night. Thank you. Well, thank you, Robert. Glad that you hung out. And Nicole says, that's my answer. Getting through another week. Absolutely. 100%. And you said, thanks for hosting. Well, thank you so much for coming and good luck with your unpacking. And hopefully you have a great weekend and do more than just unpacking. Do something fun for yourself. Though I guess in its own way, unpacking is fun. I always found unpacking to be fun, but I'm weird. So that's just me. But yeah, I'm going to wish everybody a wonderful evening or morning wherever you are and an even better weekend. And this is officially the longest live that I've ever done. We didn't quite hit 6 hours, but we're pretty damn close. So that's super cool. And Robert said, hashtag unhaul Keaton. No, I'm keeping him. Plus, you like him anyway, Robert. And Nicole says, going to the opera tomorrow night. Well, that's super cool. I hope you have a great time. The opera's fun. Storm says, thanks for the sprints. You're most welcome. Have a great weekend. Christine says, I finished my book. Woohoo! That's awesome. That is an accomplishment. And Nicole says, opera is for me. Yes, opera is for me as well. And Nicole says, yay, Christina. Christina says, thanks for hosting, Alex. Enjoy your night. You as well. Thank you for liking that hug button, Christina, and the reminder to hydrate. I caught it. I didn't even see that was your next comment. That's hilarious. I love it. And Christina says, hi, and thanks, Nicole. Yep. So good night, everybody. Bye.